and confident in Krishna's ability to be able to look after us and look after our spiritual life. Relieved that whatever Shishi Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Shishi Gornitai Ki Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavansam Sri Rupam Sakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakanitam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, everyone. So we'll have a Bhagavad-gita class now, which you're very welcome to join until 7 o'clock. And then we'll have Aarti at 7 o'clock. So there's some Bhagavad-gitas just on the table there, which you can follow along. And there are mats at the back of the room here as well. So we'll start by singing Jaya Radha Madhava. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we're reading from the Bhagavad-gita. There's some on the table just over here, if anyone would like to follow along. And we're on chapter 13, called The Nature, the Enjoyer, and Consciousness. And today we'll be reading from text 16. Yeah, so in my copy it's page 553. So these little orange ones. It's page 553. So first we can recite the Sanskrit. So I'll say one line and then you can repeat after me once you've found it. Bahir antascha bhutanam. Bahir antascha bhutanam. Acharam charamevacha. Acharam charamevacha. Sukshmatvat avigyayam. That's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Sukshmatvat tad avigyayam. Durastam chan tike chatat. Durastam chan tike chatat. So please feel free to sit here if you'd like to. I mean, you can stay if you want to, but it's just, then I can see you. And if you didn't hear, there are Bhagavad-gitas just here as well, if you want to follow along with the Sanskrit. Okay, let's just say it a few more times. Bahir antas cha bhutanam acharam charam eva cha sukshmatvatat avigyayam durastam chantike chatat. Would anyone like to have a go at leading the Sanskrit? Page number, so it's chapter 13, text 16. In this copy, it's page 553. Bahirantascha bhutanam acharam charameva cha sukshmatvatat avigyayam durastam chantike chatat. Anyone else? Have a go. Okay. So we'll go through the word for word. Bahi, if you just repeat after me here. Outside. Antaha, inside. Cha, also. Bhutanam, of all living entities. Acharam, not moving. Charam, moving. Eva, also. Cha, and. Sukshmatvat, on account of being subtle. Tat, that. Avigyayam, unknowable. Durastam, far away. Cha, also. Antike, near. Cha, and. Tat, that. So full translation and the purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Translation: the Supreme Truth exists outside and inside of all living beings, the moving and the non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. So if you repeat after me, I'll just say a little part of the translation and then you can repeat. So the Supreme Truth exists outside and inside of all living beings, the moving and the non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. Purport. In Vedic literature, we understand that Narayan, the Supreme Person, is residing both outside and inside of every living entity. He is present in both the spiritual and material worlds. Although he is far, far away, still he is near to us. These are the statements of Vedic literature. Asino duram vrajati shayano yati sarvataha. That's from the Katha Upanishad. And because he is also always engaged in transcendental bliss, we cannot understand how he is enjoying his full opulence. We cannot see or understand with these material senses. Therefore, in the Vedic language, it is said that to understand him, our material mind and senses cannot act, but one who has purified his mind and senses by practicing Krishna consciousness in devotional service can see him constantly. It is confirmed in Brahma Samhita that the devotee who has developed love for the Supreme God can see him always, without cessation. And it is confirmed in Bhagavad-gita that he can be seen and understood only by devotional service. Bhaktya Tvananya Shakya. Okay, so we'll just say some prayers and then we'll start the class. Om Jnana Timirandasya Kinanjana Shalakaya Chakshurumilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Rupa Gadamayam Tatati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalam Shri Guru and Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sakrijatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschitya Desatarane. So Hare Krishna everyone. Thank you so much for coming to class today. I hope you will get something out of it. I'll try and get you to participate a little bit as well and ask questions, because that way we learn some more if we're actively engaging, not just passively listening. So we're on chapter 13 at the moment. This is called Nature, the Enjoyer, and Consciousness. So in this chapter we learn about nature, so about the external energy of the Lord, the material world, the enjoyer, which can mean the spirit soul, the living entity, and it can also mean the supreme enjoyer, so the Lord himself, and consciousness. So, what state of consciousness do we have? And the relationship also between, we learn a little bit about the relationship between the living entity and the Lord, and what is the difference between the living entity and the Lord. And so we're on text 16 today. So I'll just say the translation again to remind us. So the supreme truth exists outside and inside of all living beings, the moving and the non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or know. Although far, far away, he is also near to all. So Krishna is actually speaking right now, but he's talking about himself, kind of in the third person, I guess. He's saying the supreme truth. And then he's giving these different qualities of himself. So he's saying that he's outside and inside of all living beings. So we know that Krishna, actually, he's within our hearts. So the speaker a few days ago was talking about how we actually have two souls within us, which sounds kind of weird. So we have our own individual soul, that makes us who we are. It's very individual to us. And we also have something called the super soul, otherwise known as Paramatma, or the Lord within the heart. So the Lord is actually there, personally present. He even has a form, actually. And so he's always there within our heart. And that's what Krishna is saying here, that he's inside all living beings. And in fact, it's said that Krishna is even within every atom in this form as Paramatma, within every single atom in the universe. So within every living entity as well, down to from the tiniest ant to the hugest blue whale, he's residing within our hearts. And it's not just that he's within the living entities. Krishna is saying he's also outside of all living beings. So Krishna has many different forms, and one of these forms is, as I said, the Paramatma, within this localized form that's within our hearts. And he has another form called the Brahman. So this is an all-pervading effulgence. And he spreads himself throughout the whole, within literally everything. So this effulgence, it's said that it's like coming from the body, it emanates from the body of the Lord, and it just spreads everywhere. So Krishna is actually present everywhere, which is what he's saying in this verse. I'm outside and inside all living beings. So I'll talk a bit about the external, the internal, and the marginal energies. So Krishna has these three energies. So the living entity is considered the marginal energy. So it has a choice to engage in spiritual or material. So it's kind of, we have a material body, but we actually, the spirit soul is driving that. So it's kind of a mixture. And then we have the external energy. So Krishna's even within that, he's saying here, even within the dull matter. So the door, the clock, Krishna's that's also his energy. And then there's the internal energy, which is pure spirit. So like in the spiritual world, everything is spiritual. There's no matter. So for us, we are, we're entangled in this material world, so we're always engaging with that matter. But in the spiritual world, everything is pure spirit. It's permanent and is full of knowledge and bliss as well. But here in the material world, things are a little bit different, and so that's why we're considered the marginal energy of the Lord, because we're not completely spiritual at this time. And so someone may ask, or often beginners may think that the Lord is only present within the temple, for example. We can see the deities, or, even they may think he only exists in the church, but, outside, God isn't there. But actually he is. And I was thinking how Christians often say things like, Jesus is alive. And that's the meaning of that is that the Lord, even though he's not physically, like in a gross form, perceivable to us, he's still there, actually. His presence is still there. If it's just that we have to be able to perceive that presence. So we have to have the eyes to see God. And then comes the question that if God is everywhere, then why go to the temple? If he's everywhere, why bother to come to the temple? Actually, what's so special about the temple? So one answer to that is that Krishna is also within the temple, so why not come to the temple? And there's many other reasons why you might come to the temple. The main one being is that you're going to feel the Lord's presence even more when you're in the temple. You're around other spiritually minded people, devotees, and you can see the Lord in his deity form. So of course you're going to be able to feel more connected and develop more of a relationship with him. And that's one reason why we have this deity form, is that he's come in this visual form for us to see, and so that we can develop some relationship. We can serve him, and we can offer our hearts and our devotion to him, and it helps us much more. I was thinking of one example. If someone's in a business or works for a company, they're not going to particularly do hard to work very hard if they don't. If they're very distant from the CEO or the manager of that company. But if they know, if it's, say, they have a personal relationship with that person, then they're more likely to do better. Like if it's a family business or something like that, there's kind of more of a relationship there. Otherwise, we have that tendency to be a little bit lazy, especially in this age of Kali Yuga. It's one of the symptoms of the age that we tend to be very lazy. So that's just our natural tendency. But if we have some relationship with a person, have a good relationship, we're more likely to serve them nicely. And so in the same way, if we develop a relationship with Krishna, by coming to the temple is one way, then we can serve and we can offer our devotion more sincerely and develop that sincerity and that devotion. Yes, so Krishna is within the temple. And then the next part of the translation says that he's moving and non-moving. So I was going to talk about the deity again, actually, because the deity is not moving. And so that can often put doubts into our mind that how is Krishna really there if he's, we don't see. I mean, obviously Krishna is in the deity, but we don't actually see. If we don't have the eyes to see, then we just think he's like a statue. And most people that have never seen deities before, or maybe they're from, like I'm thinking of my family, for example, they would call them statues because they don't have any knowledge of that about deities. But even with us, if we don't see something moving or any sign of life, of how we're kind of taught to see what life is, then we doubt that, well, is Krishna really there? And the answer to that is that the Lord's presence has been invoked within the deity, and we're really lucky here in this temple that Srila Prabhupada, pure devotee of the Lord, actually he did the installation of the deities here. So when a pure devotee invites the Lord to come into the deity, then the Lord is so kind that he takes residence within that deity. And so we're very lucky in the sense that we really have some power, definitely. Prabhupada's presence is here also through the deities. Okay. So Krishna is in the moving and non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or know. So we can't perceive the Lord with our material senses. So like I was saying before, we see Krishna on the altar, but with our material eyes, we can't really perceive the Lord if we're seeing him from a material point of view with all our material conceptions. Because they're gross, and Krishna is not gross. Like we spoke before, he's completely spiritual. So to try and perceive him with something that's gross, it's just not possible. So we think that, another thing is that we think that seeing is believing. That's a commonly said saying. But it's actually the other way around. We have to believe to see. So often people, atheists may say, well, if there's a God, then show him to me. But, does that person actually have the eyes to see God? If God actually appeared in front of them, would they believe that that's God? Probably not. So the first step is faith. So we have 9 steps on the path of Bhakti Yoga, and which results, the last stage is called prema, which means pure love of God. And so that's the goal. Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokula Nanda ki, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Shri Gaura Nitai ki, Jai. And so the goal is prema, pure love of God, and that's the 9th stage. But the first stage is faith. So faith is really, really important to try and develop in order that we can eventually be able to see and perceive Krishna within our lives and just in general. Another thing about this material senses, I was thinking the power actually of the material senses even. So what Krishna is saying here is the Lord is above the level, he's above the level of our material senses. But if you think of most of your most memorable experience is actually through our material senses. our strongest memories are often from like sense desires, enjoyments, or cravings. They're very, very strong. And so the senses are very powerful, and they often kind of direct, actually, a lot of our actions. If I see a really tasty looking cake, I want to go and eat that. Like, I don't really think about something else. And because I've had experience that cake is nice and it's tasty, so I want to go and have that. So yeah, our senses are very, very powerful. But this is saying here that Krishna is way beyond the power of our senses. He's even beyond the kind of imagination of even our sensory experience. We can't kind of quite understand what a spiritual experience, full spiritual experience might feel like. People, sometimes ask, how would it feel to be in the spiritual world? How does it feel to be fully absorbed in spirituality? And it's kind of a difficult question to answer, because it's just beyond anything that is within our memory. We've been here in this material world for many, many lives. And so a lot of our memories, as I said before, are kind of material, sensory memories. And we can't, once we were in the spiritual world, but we can't remember that far back. And so all of our memories are kind of material. And so to try and understand what it would be like to be completely spiritual is just, we can't really answer that question, because it's just beyond our scope of experience. And then this last part, he's saying, although far, far away, Krishna is very near to all. So obviously, he's just saying, he's very far away in the sense that the spiritual world where he's performing his pastimes is a long way away. But he's also very near. He's within our hearts. He's right there, always guiding us, directing us. And he's always there as a friend. We can, express ourselves to him, pray to him. So he's very, very close to us. He knows us better than we even know ourselves, actually. Okay, I'll just speak a bit about the purport, actually, which I haven't even got onto yet. So I'm just going to kind of go through. I'll just say a few sentences, and then I'll say my understanding, as I've been doing already. So in Vedic literature, we understand that Narayan, the Supreme Person, is residing both outside and inside of every living entity. He is present in both the spiritual and material worlds. So it's saying that God, he's not just in the spiritual world, he's right here as well on the earth, if we can perceive him. So he's present in the spiritual world, as I said, performing his pastimes, but he comes as an expanded form of himself, called the Paramatma, and also as the Brahman effulgence. Okay. Although he is far, far away, still he is near to us. So in lots of traditions, people envisage God as something that we should revere and honor, and we should, actually. But also that brings about some distance and not disconnect, but it makes God less accessible to us. He's just kind of some untouchable being. And we just pay our respects to, the Queen or someone like that. You never speak to the Queen, but you kind of pay her respect. But actually, the Lord is very close to us. And like I was saying, he's like a friend. And I was thinking about when I was a little girl, I wasn't brought up as a devotee. I was brought up, and my parents are Christians. But sometimes when I'd have problems with my friends or, get angry, whatever, fall out with them, my mum would always say, well, Jesus is always your friend. And I still remember that, like, I kind of apply it for the tradition that now I've adopted, that Krishna is always our friend, whatever happens, like in our lives, with our relationships with whoever. Krishna is always there within our heart. We can always express ourselves to him and pray to him. We will always have a relationship with him. Our material relationships come and go. There may be ups and downs, difficulties, happiness, whatever. But Krishna is the one person that he's just there through everything. And he is physically there actually as well, as within our heart. So we can do that in many ways, however you can express yourself to the Lord. Some people like to write or sing or do art, whatever. But I think it's really important that we find a way that we can really express and really feel like Krishna's presence is there. Expressing ourselves is very important, and sometimes in the spiritual life we can get hung up on how should I be, how should I look, what should I be doing, and it's really important to also have that kind of emotional balance of like I need to express myself, but you can do that, to Krishna as well, so you can even spiritualize that. Okay. These are the statements of Vedic literature. So I'm just carrying on the purport here. Asino duram vrajati sayano yati sarvataha. And because he is always engaged in transcendental bliss, we cannot understand how he is enjoying his full opulence. So Prabhupada's just explaining here how Krishna is very inconceivable to us, and that he's always blissful, completely blissful. Not so much how we are. We're not always blissful when we're in the material world, especially. Krishna's just full within himself. Often we can feel like we're incomplete or empty in some way, but Krishna is just complete within himself. He doesn't need anyone or anything. Though he likes to have relationships with his devotees, of course, but still he doesn't need that because he's God. So yeah, we're in this material world, which is called Dukkhalayam Shashvatam. It's full of miseries. And so in that way, we're not always blissful like Krishna is. Okay, so we cannot see or understand with these material senses. Therefore, in the Vedic language, it's said that to understand him, our material mind and senses cannot act. But one who has purified his mind and senses by practicing Krishna consciousness in devotional service can see him constantly. So this is talking about the purification of the material senses. And there's a few verses that come to mind that talk about this. So the first two actually are from a text called the Bhaktivedanta Manor, or the Nectar of Devotion. Prabhupada compiled it. And they go like this. So the first one, Sarvapadi Vinirmuktam Tat Paratvena Nirmalam Sevon Mukhe Hijivado Svayam. Oh no, I think I'm mixing them up. Anyway, the translation basically means that if we engage all of our senses in the service of the Lord, because he is the master of the senses. Oh, I've remembered it now. Hrishikena, Hrishikesha, Sevanam Bhakti Uchate. So he's Hrishikesh, so he's the master of the senses. So if we engage our senses to serve him, there's two things that happen, two side effects. And the first one is that we become free from all material designations. So those are the designations of the body, man, woman, English, American, Indian, old, young, etc. So we become free from those. And our senses are also purified. So that's what we're talking about. That's what Prabhupada is mentioning in this purport, to purify the senses. So if we use our material senses for constant material engagements, then we're never going to be able to see Krishna. We need to if we want to make progress in spiritual life, we can engage the senses in spiritual ways. And there's so many ways we can do that. For example, we've come to the temple, you're hearing, you're using your ears, your sense of hearing in Krishna's service. It's actually a service to be able to listen to this transcendental knowledge. And then at 7 o'clock, so soon actually, the curtains will open and you'll see Krishna, so you're engaging your eyes in the service. And that's also a service, just to come and see Krishna. He's very happy for you to come and take darshan, and making the effort to come and see him. And so on, we can use all of the senses, tasting the prasad, 7:30, hopefully you'll stay around to taste some of the Mahaprasadam. So eventually, once we purify the mind and the senses more and more, then we can start to begin to understand Krishna and see him constantly within our lives. And there's another verse, and it goes, Atta Shri Krishna Namadi Nabhavad Grahyam Indriyayi Sevon Mukhehi Jivado Svayam Eva Spuratyadaha. So this one is talking about the senses again. It's saying that we can't understand Krishna by our material senses, but he reveals himself to the devotees when they render service to him. So the way that we can try and understand God, to understand Krishna, is we render service, and in that way we develop some relationship, a loving relationship with him. And then he gives us some more understanding. It says in Bhagavad-gita, that we're reading from earlier in chapter 10, that for one who's constantly engaged in serving me with love, I give the understanding by which he can come to me. So service really, loving service really can help us to understand actually who Krishna is. And then we'll start to see him everywhere. So that's the pure devotee's mentality, that he sees Krishna everywhere within their lives, whatever they're doing. And another thing about the senses actually is if we're using our senses in whatever way in the service, so if we're connecting it with Krishna, then we're not frustrated or denying our senses. Some people think that yoga or spirituality is all about, I'm just going to renounce everything. I'm not going to engage any of my senses. I just sit and meditate, and I won't eat very much. I won't sleep, whatever. I just deny my senses, and that's kind of the pinnacle of spiritual life. But actually, what can happen with that is we just deny, and we get frustrated, and it becomes very artificial, and then it just swings the other way, and then it's like an explosion. So that's why our philosophy, we say to actually engage the senses. So you're not frustrating yourself in that way. You're engaging your senses, but you're channeling it in a spiritual way. And we do that to our own propensity, so maybe slightly different for everyone. Some people also have maybe stronger sense desires. They need slightly different arrangements to others, and so on. Okay. Okay, so we're nearly at the end of the purport now. It is confirmed in Brahma Samhita that the devotee who has developed love for the Supreme God can see him always without cessation. So this is the perfection, actually, is to be able to see the Lord at every moment. And this doesn't necessarily mean physically, visually seeing the Lord. It can just be that you're perceiving Krishna within everything that you do. So, for example, even taking care of the family, you can connect that with Krishna. Like I want to, raise my children in a Krishna conscious way, and you're giving them knowledge, or even just caring for them in the sense that they feel loved, and they want to follow in your footsteps, or going to work. You're providing. You're maintaining yourself to be able to practice a spiritual life. So everything you can try and connect and center your life around your spiritual life. Actually, and Krishna can be in the center, and in that way you're seeing him always without cessation. So you don't stop seeing him. as it is confirmed in Bhagavad-gita that he can be seen and understood only by devotional service. Yeah, so that's kind of what I've been saying actually already, that devotional service is one of the most important things to be able to start to see and understand Krishna. So I'm kind of at the end, so we've got 10 minutes, so if anyone has any questions or comments, realizations, please. Yes, Hare Krishna. Sorry, I can't hear you because maybe if someone can close the door. I think there's a microphone coming. Yeah. It's good actually, because if there's people listening online, then they can hear you as well.
So when you said that we cannot see the Lord by our senses, and so when we go to the temple and we actually don't see the Lord. So and the thing is that it's not that we are going to see the Lord, but the darshan means that the Lord is seeing us.
Yeah.
That we are coming to Him to by obeisances Him, do some devotional service, and Krishna is happy from this.
Yeah.
So we shall not thinking that I'm going to see the Lord, but we shall thinking I'm going to the temple that Lord see me.
Yeah.
Like there is a story with the Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Maharaj that we shall not trying to see the Lord, but act such a way that Lord see us. So I was thinking just about this.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there's another story about Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur actually. For those of you that don't know, he's the second picture here, so Srila Prabhupada's guru. And he's the one that actually instructed Prabhupada to come here and give the knowledge to the West. There's another story about him. He was taking darshan of the deities and he didn't have his glasses on. And his disciples were saying, Guru Maharaj, do you not want your glasses so that you can see the Lord? And he said, no, I'm just here so the Lord can see me. I'm just here for, so that he can cast his glance upon me. So he really had that realization that I'm here for Krishna to see me. And it was nice how you said about, to act in a way that Krishna can see us. Thank you.
And also, this is like as I understand, the mercy is coming from the Lord. Like when he's going, like Lord Jagannath, he's going outside from the temple to see all the conditioned souls which are not able to go to the temple. So Lord is coming in this form of Archa Vigraha to give us the mercy.
Yeah.
So it is on us to get the mercy.
Yeah, that's true. It is up to us actually to get the mercy sometimes. The Lord has, what's that word? Causeless mercy, but it takes some effort from ourselves to be able to actually feel that mercy. Like he's spreading his mercy everywhere, but we have to be able to take that mercy as well, to perceive that mercy. Because many people don't even perceive any mercy. So, Any other comments or questions? Okay, so we'll conclude there and then get ready for Gaura Arti, which will start in about 5 minutes' time. So thank you so much for your kind attention. And we have Bhagavad-gita class here every day from 6 o'clock, completely free of charge. And you're all very welcome to come along and hear and learn more about Bhagavad-gita. So thank you. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srimad Bhagavad-gita ki jai.
beginning in about 5 minutes. Archie will be beginning in 5 minutes. Good, always good to ask questions, isn't it? Make sure. I know it's my fault, so I take the karma for it. Huh? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai. Sword of Sisi Punitai ki jai. Ima Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Krishna Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Eti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Eti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Devam Gauravani Vajadine Devasesha Shunyavade Ashachari Sitarine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Vajadine Devasesha Shunyavade Ashachari Sitarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya 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 Radha Ramana Hari Govinda 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 Jaya Jaya Jai Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jai Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Gora Hare Jaya Sachinandana Gora Hare Raghupati Raghavarajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram 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 Sitaram Jaya 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 Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghavarajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghavarajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya 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 Sita Ram Jaya Gaurangi Jai, Gaurangi Jai, Gaurangi Jai, Jaya Gaurangi Jai, Gaurangi Jai, Jaya Gaurangi Jai, Jaya Gaurangi Jai, Jaya Gaurangi Jai, Jaya Gaurangi Jai, Gaurangi Jai, Gaurangi Jai, Jaya 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 Gaurangi Jai. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Jai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Jai Gaura Hari Bo, Jai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Jai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Jai Gaura Hari Bo. Gaura Premanande! Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki! Shri Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Ki! Shri Gauri Tai Ki! Jai! Rupa Pada Ki! Jai! All glories to Sambhu devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Sambhu devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Sambhu devotees. All glories, all glories. Hare Krishna everyone, thank you for coming this evening. Darshan will be closed in about 5 minutes. In the meantime, we're going to be doing one of us will be doing the Shingaday prayers, singing to the Shingaday Bhagavan, the Great Protector. After that, we're going to be having, because it's Ekadashi today, Ekadashi, a fast day for us, so there's going to be a class on Ekadashi, some chanting and some questions and answers, and then by about 8:15 there's going to be a short ceremony in honour of Lord Nishingaday, where people's loved ones and deceased will be remembered as well. And we've been doing this in the temple room as part of the Bhaktivedanta on Ekadashis recently. So, Sri Nishingaday Bhagavan Ki Jai! You want to sit and sing?
Hare Krishna. Namaste Narasingaya. Namaste Narasingaya. Dala Dala Purvakshaya Hiranyakashipu Purvakshaya Shila Tankana Kalaye Torrishimo paratorrishimo Torrishimo paratorrishimo Yato yato yamita torrishimo Enrishimo rida enrishimo Enrishimo rida enrishimo Arashingamadim sarana kapagir Sringa Harita Niranyakashipu Tano Bringa Keshavadeva Sahari Rupa Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Avakara Kamala Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Prabhupada ki,
Yeah, they're for babies. Yeah, they're very tiny. Yeah. They make a very, very small sound. Yeah. Certainly gonna try. Yeah? Time. Okay, that's gonna be class now, huh? Oh God, okay, no, that we can't hold on.
I'm going to wash my hands and we talk with my prasada.
Okay, Baba.
In just a few moments, whenever the atmosphere is settled down, we're going to give a short class to do with today, which is a special Ekadashi called Yogini Ekadashi. What I might do a sort of quick song first to get ourselves in the mood. Narayan here, he's just setting up, where later on, at about 8:15, there's going to be a small ceremony in honour of Lord Nrsingadev as well. So it's quite an interactive session as well, where we can also have some questions and answers. But I'll just do Jai Radha Madhava as well. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Gopi Janna Badava Girivardhari, Jai Gopi Janna Badava Girivardhari, Yasodanandana Raja Jana Ranjana, Yasodanandana Raja Jana Ranjana, Yamuna Tiravanachari, Yamuna Tiravanachari, Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Gopi Jana Badava Girivardhari, Jai Gopi Jana Badava Girivardhari, Jai Yasodanandana Raja Jana Ranjana, Yasodanandana Raja Jana Ranjana, Yamuna Tiravanachari, Yamuna Tiravanachari, Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta, Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Vishnupada, Paramahamsa, Prabhupada, Sasa Shiva Havnai, Abhay Chanvinda Bhaktivedanta Swayam Prabhupada Ki Jai, Anantaputta Vaishnava Vinda Ki Jai, Premska Hosha Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai, Shri Radha Krishna Gopal Gopinath Sham Kunja Vigovardhana Ki Jai, Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki Jai, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Ki Jai, Shri Gaura Ki Jai. All glories to some devotees, all glories to some devotees, all glories to some devotees, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gaura. I've got a very eager listener and disciple here by the looks of it. I'm just going to chant some invocation prayers before we get into this evening's Ekadashi story based on Yogini Ekadashi. Om Agyanam Tirivandasya Jananjana Shalakaya Daksho Om Minicham Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vititanya Namo Vistam Sapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Dharati Spapadantikam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namustate Vanchakalpa Tarubhascha Kripa Simbodevata Patitanam Pavanivyo Vaishnavyo Namo Namaha Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Vachaline Nivasesha Shunyavadi Rashachade Satarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. So, today is Yogini Ekadashi. Every Ekadashi has its own origin story. Just like every superhero has their origin story, every Ekadashi has a story about how that Ekadashi first began, or first became ultra popular. Alright, so let's have a look at this. A lot of these stories we find out are actually represented in various Puranas actually, particularly when Yudhishthira is talking to Lord Krishna. Sometimes, of course, Lord Krishna was very close to the Pandavas. We all know this. The closest Pandava was who? Who's the closest Pandava to Krishna? It was probably Arjuna actually. Arjuna was regarded as one of Krishna's closest friends. But there was someone who was actually senior to Krishna, by birth at least, in this particular incarnation, and senior to Krishna, Arjuna as well, which was Yudhishthira, Maharaj Yudhishthira, who, after the Battle of Kurukshetra, he became the emperor of the civilized world, emperor of Bharat. So Krishna had great respect for Yudhishthira, because Krishna knew that one day Yudhishthira would become king. So often Yudhishthira, also being very, very intelligent, would not just sport with Krishna and play with Krishna as Arjuna used to do in their adulthood, but Yudhishthira and Krishna used to have a lot of questions and answers. So often Yudhishthira would turn to Krishna and he would say, Krishna, let us sit down. Tell me about the stories of various different Ekadashis. So this is where we begin today. Yudhishthira Maharaj turned around to Krishna as they sat there in their palace in Dwarka city. And Yudhishthira said to Krishna, O Supreme Lord, I've heard the glories of Nijal Ekadashi, which was the last Ekadashi we had, which is a really strict fast. But that Ekadashi occurred during the light fortnight of the month of Jyeshtha, which is May and June. Now, dear Krishna, I wish to hear from you about the Ekadashi that occurs during the dark fortnight of the moon of Ashta, which is in June and sometimes early July. This year, of course, it's late June. Please tell me about the story in detail. The Supreme Lord Krishna turned to Yudhishthira and he replied, Yes, of course, O King, I shall indeed tell you about the Ekadashi that comes during the dark part of the month of Ashta. This is the known famously as Yogini Ekadashi, and it removes all kinds of sinful reactions if one follows it. Oh dear Yudhishthira, O best of the kings, this Ekadashi delivers people who are drowning in the vast ocean of material existence, and it transports them towards the spiritual world, getting very close to Krishna's transcendental abode. In all the three worlds, O Yudhishthira, it is the chief of all the sacred fasting days. Now, I shall reveal to you the truth by narrating a history recounted in the Puranas. Now, of course, Krishna speaking to Yudhishthira was already about 5,000 years ago, 3000 BCE. So here they're talking about the Puranas as being before them. And in those days, they didn't actually write the Puranas down. It was all known, it was all passed down by word of mouth. People would remember it. They didn't actually write the Puranas down onto palm leaves until a bit later. But before that, people were so clever, actually, they remembered. So the Puranas were known to Krishna and Yudhishthira. This is the story that Krishna told Yudhishthira. The king of Alakapuri, Kubera, the treasurer of the demigods, was a steadfast devotee of the Lord Shiva. Of course, Kubera was a demigod and a treasurer, so he lived in great material opulence. A palace of gold, and beautiful, beautiful gardens with 1,000 petaled lotus flowers in those gardens, and ponds and trees and flowers and swans. Anyway, Kubera employed a servant named Hemamali as his personal gardener, who was a very skilled person. Hemamali, a yaksha like Kubera, was very lustfully attracted to his gorgeous wife, Sarupvati, who had large, enchanting eyes. Hemamali's daily duty was to visit Manasarata lake and bring back flowers for his master, Kubera. Kubera would use these flowers in the puja offerings to Lord Shiva. You imagine the gardens of the demigods were far more better than Kew Gardens or botanical gardens or any of the gardens we know. Imagine the gardens, the most favourite garden that you've seen so far this spring, and times that by 100, and that was the beauty of Kubera's garden, times by 1,000 actually. One day, Hemamali, the gardener, he was picking up flowers for the Shiva offering. But what he did was, he on the way back to the palace, he went through his own home village, and he decided he would go and see his wife. So he went to see his wife instead of returning directly to his master Kubera in the main city. However, absorbed in his wife had already cooked something for him. He said, "Oh, come, you can come and stay for a while and relax." So absorbed in the loving affairs of the bodily nature with his wife, Hemamali completely forgot to return to the abode of Kubera with the flowers he had picked. "O king," added Krishna, while Hemamali was enjoying with his wife in his home, Kubera had begun to worship the worship of Lord Shiva as normal in his palace, and soon discovered there were no flowers ready to be offered in the midday puja. He went around and said, "Om Namo Shivaya," and looked, there was no flowers. He looked around, he looked underneath the arti tray. He turned to his other guards and his other servants. Because of course, being a king, he had his own employed pujaris and things like that. He said, "Pujari, where are the flowers? Where are the flowers?" "My lord, Hemamali didn't bring them today." He didn't bring them. Of course, you've got to remember, being a king, there was an audience. He had guests as well from different places, different planets, and different demigods had come. So this was a huge embarrassment. "The flowers? Where are the flowers?" It was a huge, huge embarrassment for Kubera, and that made him very angry. The lack of such an important item angered him, the treasurer of the demigods, even more. And he asked one of his messengers, "Why has a dirty-hearted Hemamali not come with the daily offering of flowers? Go and find out the exact reason and report back to me with your findings. This is an embarrassment to everyone in the royal household." Later that night, the Yaksha servant returned and he said to Kubera, "Oh dear lord, I went around to the village of Hemamali, and I looked through his window and saw he is lost in freely enjoying with his wife. And the flowers I saw were just left there in his room." Kubera got very, very angry. He didn't mind him, of course, being close to his wife. It's just the fact that he didn't bring the flowers for offering. He got very angry and he tried to contain his anger when he heard this, and once summoned the lowly Hemamali. "Bring this gardener to me right here, right now. Drag him out of his house. Drag him away from his wife and let him throw him before the throne. This is not good enough." Knowing he'd been remiss in his duty, Hemamali approached his master with great, great fear as he sat there and bowed before him in humility. So first of all, he pays obeisances and then stood before his lord, Kuvera, whose eyes had become red with anger and whose lips trembled with rage. So enraged, Kuvera cried out to Hemamali, "You sinful rascal, O destroyer of religious principles! You are a walking manifestation of offence to the Devatas, especially Lord Shiva. How can you do this? You have embarrassed me, you have offended the demigods this evening." I therefore cursed, not this evening, it's actually midday, but by the time he had summoned him, it was the evening. "You low-born fool," he continued. "Leave this place immediately and you will take birth in the lower planets and suffer." And so Hemamali fell at once from grace from Alakapuri and became ill with leprosy. This was his curse. He had a form of what they call white leprosy because it was white on his body. And he was very ashamed and he didn't want to come even anywhere near his wife, and his wife didn't want to come near him anymore. So much was her love. But I can't say I blame her because he had leprosy. And then in that night, in the dead of the night, he left the beautiful city and he kept walking into the forests all by himself with leprosy until he carried on. This is poor Hemamali. And he carried on and he found a part of a tree. Underneath the tree there was a hole in the tree, and he curled up inside the tree, shivering like this and regretting and crying to himself, "What have I done? What have I done?" And there, that night, he fell asleep. He woke up and he hardly knew where he was. He found himself in this dense and fearful forest the next morning, where there was nothing to eat and nothing to drink. Thus, days passed by when he was in misery, unable to sleep at night due to the pain Hemamali was in. He suffered both in the winter and in the summer seasons, but because he continued to worship Lord Shiva himself with faith, his consciousness remained purely fixed and steady. So despite his sufferings, and to make amends for his offence, he focused his worship of Lord Shiva. Although implicated by great sin and its attendant reactions, he remembered his past life when he was there in the village and serving the king, because ultimately he was a pious person. Weeks went by, months. After wandering for some time here and there, over mountains and across plains, Hemamali eventually came upon the vast expanse of the Himalayan mountain ranges. He looked up and looked at them in awe at their beauty, with the snow-covered top mountains and the fog, and he gasped at their beauty. There he had the most wonderful good fortune to come in contact with a great saintly soul. He saw his wandering through the valleys of the Himalayas, and there he saw this hermitage, and he thought, "I'll go and see who that is. I need mercy, I need association." So he walked on, and there he saw there was the great Markandeya Rishi. He was one of the best of the ascetics, who lived so long, extend to 7 days of Lord Brahma. That's how long Markandeya Rishi could live. So how long is that 7 days of Lord? So how long is 1 day of Lord Brahma? Does anyone know? How long is 1 day of Lord Brahma? Yes. From our calculation, Lord Brahma actually lives for about daytime, about 4.3 billion years. It's quite a long time. But to him, it feels like a day. Just like, for example, you've seen an insect, like it is born at 5 o'clock in the morning, and by 6 o'clock in the morning, it's lived its life, it's had children, and it's died. Because the lower the consciousness, the smaller the entity, the shorter the time they live. And then they're born, they reproduce, and they die within just a few hours. But to that insect, it's like a lifetime. So our lifetime, we may live as long as the Queen, we may live to nearly 100 years, or we may live less, or even more, mostly less, I think. But to us, that seems like quite a long time, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years. But to an insect, it would feel much longer. Similarly, on the planet of Lord Brahma, for him it feels like a day, but meanwhile on the earth, billions of years are going by. Now Markandeya Rishi had all kinds of mystic powers. He was so powerful he could go and visit other populated planets in the universe and visit the demigods. Thus, he was able to live up to 7 days of Lord Brahma. And a night of Lord Brahma is also 4.32 billion years. So altogether, what's that? 8.7 billion years or something, something like that. And the times that by 7, that's how long, so Markandeya Rishi could live for something like 50 odd billion years. Anyway, so Hemamali, who was suffering with leprosy, saw this great sage. Feeling very, very sinful and guilty, he stood at a distance from the magnificent sage and offers his humble obeisances and prayer in Sanskrit prayers. The sage was just there in his hermitage in meditation. Always interested in the welfare of others, Markandeya Rishi saw the leper, stroked his beard and called him over. "Oh, you! What sort of sinful deeds have you done in order to earn this leprosy?" Hearing this, Hemamali painfully and ashamedly replied, after paying these respects, "Dear sir, I am a Yaksha's servant of Lord Kuvera, and my name is Hemamali. It was my daily service to pick the flowers from the Manasatara lake of my master's worship of Lord Shiva. But one day I was negligent and was late in returning with the offering because I was overwhelmed with lusty passion for enjoying bodily pleasures with my wife when the puja was going on. When my master discovered why I was late, he cursed me in great anger, and therefore I am standing before you with leprosy. Thus I am now bereft of my home, my wife, and my service, and my health. But fortunately, O great Rishi, I have stumbled across you in the Himalayas. Now I hope to receive from you an auspicious benediction, for I know that devotees such as you are as merciful as the Supreme Lord Krishna, and always carry out the interests of others upmost in their hearts. That is your nature, dear sage, O best of the sages." And then he fell to Markandeya Rishi's knees and grabbed hold of his feet and said, "Please help me, help me." Well, I don't know if he did that, but he might have done that. So Markandeya Rishi stood there with his big long black beard like this and his saffron cloth and his Brahmin thread. And he touched the head. He didn't mind about the leprosy. He touched just above the head actually of Hemamali like this. And he said, "Because you've been honest and told me the truth, I shall tell you about a fast day that will benefit you very greatly. If you fast on the Ekadashi that comes during the dark fortnight of the month of Ashada, you will certainly be freed from this terrible curse." Hemamali fell to the ground in complete gratitude and offered him his humble obeisances again and again. "Oh, thank you, thank you." But Markandeya Rishi stood there and lifted poor Hemamali to his feet, filling him with irrepressible happiness. No one else would even touch him. Thus, as the sage had instructed him, Hemamali dutifully observed the Ekadashi fast, which was a couple of days later. Before that, he stayed and helped the sage with his puja. And by following that fast, through his influence, he recovered very quickly and again became that handsome Yaksha gardener. He was absolutely fine. "Oh, I'm better again. No more leprosy. They're all gone in just 2 days." Wow. And then, of course, he returned home back to his village, where he lived very happily with his wife. He refrained from directly serving Kuvera again. However, when Kuvera learned of Hemamali's happy situation, he sent a messenger with a gift of treasure for him and his family. So they all lived happily ever after, as they say. And then that was Krishna's end of the story that Krishna told Yudhisthira. Lord Krishna concluded, "So, as you can readily see, O Yudhisthira, that fasting on Yogini Ekadashi is very powerful and auspicious. He even helped this Yaksha who had leprosy." Whatever merit one obtains by feeding 88,000 brahmanas, the same benefit is also obtained simply by observing a strict fast on Yogini Ekadashi today. For one who fasts on this sacred Ekadashi Devi, destroys heaps of past sinful reactions and makes that person most pious and helps them in their spiritual life. O King, thus, said Krishna, I have explained to you the purity of Yogini Ekadashi. So, of course, that's the end of the Ekadashi story today. And that's why here at the temple, of course, we avoid eating. Obviously, some devotees fast all day, some fast till midday, or some, at least, they just refrain from eating grains and beans and just eat vegetables and fruits on this day. So these are the benefits. Now, what I'd like to do is, just to tell you what's going to happen now, I can speak a few words on the Bhagavad-gita perhaps, but we're also going to do some chanting, aren't we, Narayan? Yes. So should we do that now, or should we do that in a few minutes? In a few minutes. So what we can do, I can talk a little bit on the Bhagavad-gita, and then Narayan, I think, has got some... Oh, you haven't got any japa beads today? He's got no japa beads. Well, I've got my japa beads, look. Who's got some beads with them? Yes, hold them up, look, anyone? Okay, then who hasn't got any beads with them? Okay, doesn't matter. Either, what we can do, you know what they used to do? Those without beads chant on their hands like this. They go. So when we do the chanting, we go Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. We go Hare Krishna, Hare, and use the thumb on each digit like this. And you go around about 5 times, and that would be one round, one chant. It adds up to 108 like that. But first of all, let's talk a little bit on the Gita. Chapter 2, verse 13, one of the most memorable verses in the Bhagavad-gita. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this life, from boyhood to youth to old age, similarly, the soul passes into another body at the time of death. So Srila Prabhupada, of course, writes elaborate purports and commentaries on each verse of the Bhagavad-gita, and that together, of course, is Bhagavad-gita as it is, because there's different ways of understanding the Gita. But in our tradition, of course, the Bhagavad-gita is very much about a supreme person, Krishna. The supreme truth is more than just a light or an impersonal sense of oneness, although that is there. But actually the origin of light and the origin of oneness actually comes from a person. Just like the light in this room actually comes from the light bulbs. So light has a source. So similarly, the sense of oneness that we feel sometimes, called impersonal realization, is actually coming from a person. And we are all part and parcels of that person. We are actually eternal. We are ever existent and primeval. We always have been. We have not been born, and we will not die. We are eternal souls, part and parcel of Lord Krishna, who himself is also eternal. And we are servants of him. We're not him, but we are his marginal energy. But somehow or other, because we're his marginal energy, we chose to come to this world. We made a mistake, actually. So just like there's a prison house in every big city, even the spiritual world has to have a prison house, because there needs to be a place where if people are not on the standard of living in the spiritual world, they have to have that place. So we're in that place, this universe is like a reform centre, or a college or a university where we have to learn lessons, or a prison is probably the best analogy. But in that prison there are opportunities to learn. So somehow or other we left the side of Lord Krishna, and we voluntarily entered into this inferior energy of the spiritual world, called the Mat Tattva, meaning that what is not, or that what is inferior, or is illusionary. So lifetime after lifetime we've been living on one world or another, one species or another, for 8,400,000 different possible species of life in this universe. We have been many of them, because we are the soul, the individual spirit soul, whereas the bodies we have are simply vehicles for different lifetimes that we have. So at the moment, for example, I am in a male body about 6 foot tall, a male white body about 6 foot tall, but which was born in Birmingham about nearly 52 years ago. You have a different body, born a different time, etc. Different gender, different height, different size, whatever it may be. But this is not us. This body is not us any more than your car is not you. We are simply the passenger of the car or the passenger of the respective body. There is no death. There's simply a change of vehicle or change of car. And we know this through the process of reincarnation. Now the purpose of life, however, is not to keep getting reincarnated from one lifetime to another, although that does happen. The aim is actually to become free from the cycle of birth and death and go back home, back to the spiritual world where we belong, where we will, not that we will gain immortality, because we are already immortal, but we will realise our immortality in a form of bliss and knowledge. So this body, these bodies we're inhabiting is a temporary situation, and naturally death is a scary thing, it is a disturbing thing, but those in knowledge are equiposed because it is simply a change of car. I remember once I had this car and the cam belt broke on it, which was a big problem because it was quite a new car. So if those who know anything about cars know that you don't want to break the cam belt because you can't fix it. To fix a cam belt on a car engine would cost about £1,000. So if your car is worth less than £1,000, you might as well get a new car. Reincarnation, you see. So I was sad, I was deterred. When I first realised that I had to get a new car, I was upset. Why? Because cars cost money. You know, petrol costs money, a lot of money, but cars, just to buy a new car is a financial burden. I was upset, so therefore it's natural to be perturbed when a soul goes from one lifetime, one body to another. But those who are equiposed, who have the vision, will also, in the due course of time, understand it is a natural process. It is part of a learning curve, but in reality there is no death, simply an exchange of situation, like a moving house or changing car. But the main purpose is to become free from the cycle of birth and death, because I don't want to go to school again in any country or in any planet or something. I don't want to get chicken pox again. I don't want to get measles again. I remember these in the 1970s. This is I don't know what it is now. It was before COVID. So in those days it was chicken pox, German measles. We used to take the polio, sugar cube and things like that. So even when you're young, you actually realise this world is ultimately a place of suffering. I think I fell off my bike and I scratched my knees and I had a scab on my knee that seemed to last for years. You know, I ran into a lamppost when I was about 5. I've still got the scar here. You know that? If you look closely, you can see. Even here, I've got all kinds of evidence here. I can see it now. There's a little. When I was about 6, I scratched here and I had to go to hospital. So this world, this body is fragile, and this world is a place of suffering. So we don't want to keep taking birth again, having to do all that, do our GCSEs again, certainly not. Get bullied at school again, or get teased again, or get diseased again, whatever it might be. But once we return, once we receive a certain standard, a development of love of Krishna through the process of bhakti yoga, then we can eventually, or hopefully sooner rather than later, through the chanting of Hare Krishna and so forth, we can become freed and we do not have to take birth again. And those that are pure devotees will help 14 generations of one's own family also attain liberation. 7 generations yet to come, and 7 generations previous. So there's every motive. So even if you're not selfish to look after your own destination, at least whatever piety we perform, we're benefiting others. Even those that are yet to be born, like great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren or something. Imagine that. Right, so we're going to go into, so we'll have a couple of questions. Do we have time before we do some chanting? Yes, so we're going to be doing chanting. It's going to take about 6-7 minutes, I think. And then Ryan is going to take over, where he's going to be explaining to us. And we're going to be honouring this image here, I believe, with fruits and arti of the Shingadev. Does anyone have any questions before we go on? It's all very clear, isn't it? Go on.
You said if you don't carry this japa mala, you could do like Hare Krishna mantras.
Yes, so those without japa today will have to do that.
So that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15.
Is it 15? Is it? Yeah. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, well 16 actually, yeah, 16. 4 times 4, yeah. Because you've got 4 digits, if you count this digit, this one, 2.
The tip is what?
Yeah, it's including the tip, yeah. So that's 16. So 108 divided by 16 will give you how many times you have to go on the hand.
I know it's 3.
Yeah, that's okay. So, those with beads or those without, now you know how to do it. Like this, like you just put your thumb on each digit, 4 digits per finger. And we're going to be chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. This is a transcendental sound vibration recommended, of course, by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, especially powerful for this iron age of Kali. What was recommended in the Satya Yuga, a long, long time ago, with great rishis, great sadhus who would sit at the top of mountains or in caves and be so advanced they wouldn't even need to breathe. They'd stay there for thousands of years. We can't do that, and we don't need to do that. In the Treta Yuga, great elaborate fire sacrifices to attract the attention of Lord Vishnu. And in the Dwapara Yuga, of course, elaborate deity worship. But in the Kali Yuga, we can attain the same results simply by the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra like this. Because it's the easiest process, and that's one of the good things about being born in the modern age. Krishna is so merciful, he gives us the simplest solution as well. Because he knows Krishna would never give us a test that we cannot pass. And he knows we're all pretty kind of like, we can't live like the great sages of old. So we have to have a practical process, and that is mantra meditation. So those with beads like this, those without, you just have to use your imagination with your hands. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara, Sivasadi, Gaura Bhaktivedanta, all together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta. O Krishna, O all attractive one, O Hari, O energy of the Lord, O Rama, O supreme enjoyer, kindly engage us in your loving devotion and service. Hare Krishna. So I shall take your leave now. I'm going to be passing you over to Narayan, who's going to be overseeing the next part of the program. I have to make a move. I hope that's all right with you. And so I'm not going to leave him alone. But you'll keep him company, won't you? Yeah? Yes, you look after him for me. So he's just going to help me, I think, just put this Vyasa-san back. So just please give us a few moments. Thank you. Hare Krishna. In fact, you can continue chanting if you like. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram.
easy.
Thank you. Let me know when you start. Shall we start? Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlad Lad Daine. Prahlad Lad Daine. Prahlad Lad Daine. Hiranyakashipurvakshah. 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 Shilatankanakalaye. 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 Ito Narsimho Parito Narsimho. Ito Narsimho Parito Narsimho. Ito Narsimho Parito Narsimho. Ito Narsimho Parito Narsimho. Yato yato yami tato 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 Narsimho. Bahir Narsimho Hirdaye Narsimho. Bahir Narsimho Hirdaye Narsimho. Bahir Narsimho Hirdaye Narsimho. Bahir Narsimho Hirdaye Narsimho. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Tav kar kamlavare nakam adbhut shingha. Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dhanu Vringa. Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Tav kar kamala vare nakam adbhut shingha. Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dhanu Vringa. Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Tav kar kamala vare nakam adbhut shingha. Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dhanu Vringa. Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Jagadish
की जय, श्री प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, शिला प्रभुपाद की जय, अनंत कोटि वैष्णववृंद की जय, नामाचार्य श्री हरदास ठाकुर की जय, गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल।
Just before we conclude, brief description about Shindev. Yeah, so there's a story behind how Nrsimhadev appeared. I'm sure most of you already are aware of it, but if you don't know, then in Satyuga, remember Prabhuji, he was explaining about doing austerities in Satyuga. So in Satyuga there was a demon with the name Hiranyakashipu, yeah? And his brother's name was Hiranyaksha, whom Lord Vishnu had defeated and killed earlier on because he was trying to take Bhumi, Mother Bhumi, which is earth, underwater to be submerged. Yeah. So Nrsimhadev is the next incarnation, yeah, whereby Hiranyakashipu, he wants to take revenge from Lord Vishnu because he had killed his brother. And Hiranyakashipu, to build himself, to make himself strong, he's a Asuri king or a demoniac king. What he did is he did thousands of years of tapasya, standing on the toe of his foot and praying to Lord Brahma for certain desires. He wanted to become immortal and strong at the same time. But Lord Brahma, he did not benedict him to be immortal because Brahma himself, earlier on Prabhuji was also explaining that Brahma, there's a certain day, there's a certain time limit that Lord Brahma also has. Although his day is long, very, very long compared to what we live, he also has a time frame. Yeah, so a beginning and an end, meaning he has a birth and death as well. So, yeah. So Brahma said, I myself, I'm not immortal, how can I provide that boon to you? So Brahma, Hiranyakashipu, being very intelligent, he asked for certain different other boons, saying, may I not be killed by a man or a demon, yeah, nor by asur, nor by shastra, nor by astra, meaning neither by any kinds of weapons or by hymns, yeah, because in the Satyuga, if you would to pronounce the right words, right mantras, then you could kill a person, straight standing person, yeah, neither in the day nor in the night, yeah. No. So he put a lot of different conditions by which he would become more or less immortal, yeah. But Nrsimhadev, why he is in a certain form, is that because in order to fulfill all of those conditions that he had already asked Brahma, Nrsimhadev had to take this incarnation, whereby he is neither an animal nor a man, because he is half a lion and half a human. Yeah. So the whole pastime of Nrsimhadev, how Hiranyakashipu was killed, all of this is showing us that Bhakta Prahlad, he is a small boy, 5-year-old boy, and because of his dedication, because of his devotion, because of the faith that he had towards Lord Vishnu, yeah, Lord Vishnu, he came in this certain form just to save his devotee, and in that sense, he is known as Bhakta Vatsal. Bhakta Vatsal meaning very kind, very generous to his devotees, yeah. So we can make our prayers, make our pranams, yeah, however small, however big we are, it doesn't matter. The Lord is looking at the devotion, looking at the sincerity that we offer our prayers, offer our wishes to, yeah. Because who else can fulfill our wishes other than the Lord himself, yeah. If we ask for someone for a certain desire, or we present a certain wish to someone, then if the person is able, he will fulfill it. Otherwise, he will say, I cannot do it. It's not possible for me. Yeah. But the Lord, he is the creator of everything. So why not ask for him? Yeah. So whenever you come to the temple, please make a desire to Nrsimhadev so that he can look after us, protect us. Yeah. So many other wishes we can have as individuals. Yeah. We might want protection. Might want prosperity in life. Whatever it is, it's better to have a spiritual desire and present it to the Lord, because that is what will get us further ahead. Yeah. But if you have a material desire, yeah, he is our Father, so we can express it to him. Yeah. So that is what I want share with you before we conclude. Yeah. So one by one.